Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は40日目です。It is day 140. Today is level up day. We gotta stay vigilant. Have a full day ahead of us. I was waiting till 4 p.m. That's when, local time. That's when we get our last what is that, five kanji characters. Not too much to review yesterday. No, I think we're pretty good. Gonna hop right into our review and also see what new vocabulary words and kanji that we get today. All right, let's get into this. All right.
殺人
Dark words to start the day off.
映画館
Could be talking about movie. Sorry. That's, I meant to type movie theater and I typed movie and it was accepted. All right, it's a good start. Today is a good start.
解放する
Oh, 解放する. Nailed it. Oh wait, that's not the right one. Wait, that is the right one.
実感
Jikan. I guess. What? All those should really actually be acceptable. True feelings is probably good. Realization is better though. Should have thought about realization. We'll pass on the other one.
橋
関心
Anshin. I don't know what word they decided to use for this. I wanted to use determination, but probably kanshin. Oh, that's fine. Admiration. Wait. How do you phrase? What are you feeling again? Oh, right. This is off something else.
Kanjiru
Kanjiru. It still stays as kan, but that's all we get. That's all we get. I'll explain why I paused. Looking for a coon where there isn't a coon. Okay.
旅館
Okay. What? Oh,
練習
練習. Oh,
課長
achoo. Uh,
養う
養う. Yeah, 養う. It's a foster, I suppose.
銀行
銀行. 宿.
情熱
情熱.
緑色
緑色.
楽器
楽器.
入館料
完了.
皆さん
皆さん. This takes so long. I need some vocabulary words. Stat. Today, I think we get our vocabulary words for that. Huh. Oh no. Oh, I just realized it's missing the drop. For it's like simplified, but simplified by removing the one drop. Coincidentally, both of these come up at the same time. From traditional Chinese. So what was this one? It was definitely interesting. For whatever reason, I'm just thinking Uzumaki, just Naruto. No. I know it starts with Utsu, but Utsuwa.
器
Utsuwa. Why is it Utsuwa? What did they go with? Oh yeah. This one's kind of weak. Um. Okay. Just wanted to review it in my head there.
同感
Golkan.
Ninjo.
Ninjo. Ne? Ninjo. Oh. So still like, still feelings. Oh, you know. Feelings, or over the positive side, right? Caring side. Oh, whoops, that's not it. How does this work? Wait. One of those days. One of those days. Right.
熱心
Neshi. There's just still passion, but I forgot what else they did. Enthusiasm. Right. Enthusiasm.
暗殺
暗殺。
器用
Yo.
水銀
Suigin. Oh, that's not how you spell Mercury.
駅員
Eki. That's fine. I'll take it. Oops.
表情
Yocho.
「事情
Jijo.
駅前
Ekimae. 'The heck? Oh. What? Oh.
食器
Choki.
熱い
Let's see.
銀
E.
駅長
Ekicho. Oh no. Wait. Yes.
海水魚
海水魚. Heck you. Let's do. Okay. Oh no, that's Chinese.
反対、
反対.
殺す、
殺す.
感動する、
感動する. To feelings, move to move one's feelings. I don't know how to say this properly. How do they want to say? To be emotionally moved. Oh, okay. Oh, to be moved. You know, I'm gonna add to move one's feelings. I English good. I English good. What was it? To be emotionally moved. Okay, it's fine.
感想、
感想. Huh. Contemplate about one's feeling, or to think about one's feeling, is to have a feeling after thinking about something, right? Or impressions. Uh-oh. No, it's not that. Something about, oh man, what the heck is the K for? It's pity or sympathy. Oh, right.
情け、
情け. What the heck is this standalone? Oh, what am I?
熱、
Netsu.
自殺、
Zatsu.
容姿、
Yoshi.
銀色、
Iro.
駅、
Iki.
五感、
Bokan.
感情、
Anjo.
緑、
Midori.
感じ、
Anji. Lots of feeling going around. Wait. Oh,
空間
Bukan. Empty space. Okay. All right. Okay, there we have it. Level up time. What are we expecting actually? Let's look at. Oh, it's actually kind of lower. There are fewer radicals. So maybe less than 100? We'll see. 100 million makes sense. 100 million. This is oku, right? Ichioku is fine. Oku is weird. So
1億
Ichioku.
1億
All right, moving along. Ichioku yen.
1億円
1億円
That's fine. Makes sense. A pool. Oh no. What was this before? I think this was ladle for okay. Crosstalk. Pool. There's a drop of water trapped in a prison. It's a pool. The water may not like being in there. Alright, that's fine. I think I can make that connection. Strawberry Ichigo. Really? In before Sudoberi. No, I'm kidding. The best kind of flower to grow in your window. Oh yeah, that's a window, huh? To grow in your window. Strawberry, obviously. Yes, there are strawberry flowers. It's actually the flowers that turn into the strawberry. It really is? Do they go straight to Ichigo? Yeah, they do. Ichi Godzilla. Alright, sure. I'm here for Ichi Godzilla. Alright, that's fine. Ichigo is Ichigo. That's fine. And then, yep. This stays the same. Because it's a number unit. A unit number. Number unit? So what? Oku?
奥
Oku.
奥
Yep. Makes sense. Oku. Oku. Let's see. Oku. So, this is still the current level. The last level. Level 13. I haven't reached the 14 stuff yet. Oops.
1億
Yoku.
1億円
1億円.
奥
Oku. Okay. Shikudai. We're still getting vocabulary that we know. I have still like probably a 1 to 2,000 words that haven't been covered. So I still got a long ways in the vocabulary department. Shikudai is fine. I don't think we're going to need anything for that.
宿題
Shikudai.
宿題
Shinjuku. Don't need that actually as well. Shinjuku. That's fine. Shinjuku. Example. Crosstalk from Chinese, so that's pretty good. What do they do? The leader of the Yakuza. The leader of the Yakuza shows you his knife. He says, this is an example of a knife. Yes. That's fine. We don't need a meaning reference because of Chinese overlap. This is an example. Day. Interesting. This is an example. The leader of the Yakuza tells you. Next time, I'll show you an example of a ray gun straight out of Like a Dragon. Show you a ray gun. Wisely showing you an example of a weapon, of weapons, not to mention weapons that aren't real. Hey, ray guns are totally real. They just don't pew pew and blow through holes, you know, most of the time. You can shoot a light, you can shoot a ray. Just possibly blind someone. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I kind of want to know. Exception. Interesting. Ah, on the outside. What is outside? Reikai? 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 All possibilities. They sound okay. Ikai? Ichire. Ichire. Ooh, I like instance. One example, an instance. Alright. Alright, we're moving along. And aminal? Alright. I wonder if this got simplified into a single aminal. So this is the only character. Because, what? We've seen like 3 variances of this in traditional. Huh. Yep. Ganche. Ganche for thanks. Feelings plus apology. Of course, this also mean thanks. Yeah, feelings of apologizing or feelings of gratitude, because this is also gratitude. Strangely, this word means thanks and gratitude, though it's not strange. This means gratitude as well. Perhaps someone did something so nice for you that you want to apologize for how many nice things they're doing for you. You are this grateful to them. Yeah, gratitude. Ganxie. I think soon we're gonna get into the mood of adding synonyms. Honestly, when we get to our first burn item next month, right? It's in January. It's around, not January, June. Is around June 25th. I might actually add Chinese synonyms to all the things before they're burned, just to see how many have overlaps. I think this is an overlap. Ganxie. Let's see. Okay, so
感謝
Ansha. Yep.
感謝
感謝
Typical, and then we're good. Meaning first. This homework works.
宿題
Shukudai. This is a knife. This is a ray gun.
新宿
Shinjuku. Aminal.
感謝
Ansha. All right, next one. Can beer. Kan biru. Nice. All right.
缶ビール
Kan biru. Oh, it's going down. Okay. Kan biru.
缶ビール
缶ビール
Kan biru. All right. That's fine. Graduate. Well, that's an interesting looking character. Or, yeah, that's an interesting one. Huh. No, I can't think of an equivalent. Okay, so this is gonna take some time. A person, okay, or multiple people puts a lid on their cross after they graduate. Okay, sure. It's a symbolic gesture putting the lid over the cross, but it's just what you do when you graduate around these parts. Alright. Graduate, alright. Or like some other peeps inviting 200 people to a house. Sotsu. Oops, looks like you forgot your lid. Without the lid, you will be held back. Sotsu more years. So 2 more years now until you can graduate. So 2 more years, eh? Just for forgetting a lid? Nonsense. Okay, alright. Got you, I got you. I think. I'm gonna change this up and say, okay, yes, this is ridiculous that you put lid on crosses as a gesture for graduation. And two people forgot to do that. One more year for them. Or like they didn't get to graduate. So two people forgot to do this and they don't get to graduate, right? As opposed to 2 more years. That's kind of weird, going from 1 year to 2 years. That's, or I guess you could think of it as 2 and no, there's 2 people. We're sticking with that. Empty can. Oh, that's pretty good. Interesting though. I wonder if this uses a read that I'm, so I guess you would use Zora, maybe? Sora? Sora kikan. No, Kuki actually sounds okay. Air thing. So this could be either.
空き缶
Akikan, of course it uses an even different meaning. Oh my goodness. Or a read, of course, thank you.
空き缶
空き缶
A reading for Aki. Yeah, Aki isn't one you've seen before. Remember how Aku means to open? Okay, fair enough. Well, this can is also open because nothing is filling it. The readings are the same between the two. Yeah, Aki. Aku. So Aki. Because, yeah.
空き缶
空き缶
Empty can or open can. Alright. Alright, Japanese. I know. Great. Okay, now we got to apologize. Okay. Don't have a read that yet. Unless it has anything to relate to, like, what is it? Gome? Unless it has anything to, anything related to Gome.
謝る
Nope. Of course it doesn't. Ayamaru, okay. Because the other one is sumimasen, right? Sumi, like, that's out. You didn't learn that reading with the kanji. Okay, yes, I know. So here's a mnemonic. When you say you're sorry to apologize, you probably start with I am. I am for Ayama. I am sorry. I am a sorry. Alright. Okay.
謝る
謝る
It kind of does sound like it though. I am a sorry. Alright. I'll take it. A cooperation. That's a lot of muscle. That's a lot of power. Alright, next to the cards we combine our power so that we have cooperation. Yeah, that's combining a lot of power. A lot of power to push up the cross. Cooperation, alright. The power of cooperation is a powerful thing. I got you. Kyo. Nowhere is the power of cooperation more apparent than in Kyoto, of course. When invaders are attacking, when the townspeople went to rebel, when there's a kitty up a tree, the people combine their power from all reaches of Japan and cross into Kyoto to put a stop to the madness through cooperation. Yep. Unless it's Godzilla, then you run. Oh my gosh, even more power. Yoryoku. Power on power on power. association. That kind of makes sense. Adding kai to it. All right. Kyo, huh? Although Godzilla takes place in Ginza, I think, which is still part like it's like it's close enough to the general area. Okay. So what was this? Oops. All right.
空き缶
I imagine I'm gonna see Aki in a different way. I like to think. Like at least Aku. Wait. Done.
缶ビール
Anbiru. I already have forgotten. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
謝る
Ayamaru. Oh, I'm thinking of Kyoto. I'm thinking of Tokyo. All right, how many do we have? Oops. 81, so it was like it shrunk by 40-ish. It's a substantial. That's 30%. That's a cut down of 30%. A tire? A car wheel. Who would have thought it? Who would have thunk it? Sharin?
車輪
車輪
Okay. And oh no. This is like Yubiwa.
は
What? Just what? Oh. Yeah, there's another part to it. Yes. Not that type of ring. Yes. You put the ring you found, hoping it will be the one ring to rule them all, invisibility, or the one ring to rule them all. Instead, it turns out it's a special Walken ring made of Christopher Walken's bones. Okay. It talks up to you, telling you how he keeps this ring in his butt during the war so he could get it to you. First of all, why is this ring talking? Second, why is it talking like Walken? Third, gross. That's not gonna work. I'm just gonna think of the one ring to rule them all, and it's the War of Middle Earth. Like, come on. How dare you use one ring to rule them all without a Lord of the Rings reference? Hello? Come on, Ko. I had high hopes for a Lord of the Rings reference. The War of Middle Earth. All right. Anyways.
What?
What for war? It works. Although it doesn't really work, but it's like the sound doesn't. Not that I'm going for sound, really. Participate. Ton, yeah, ton. What would this be for participate? Like kan or kyo? Something? You can't keep big hair private. I see it. Big hair private. So you end up having to participate in everything. Can you imagine people asking for volunteers and you're trying to look inconspicuous with your big hair sticking up? That's a pretty good visual. Oh, San and Shin. Okay. You know who has big hair and loves to participate in everything? Santa-san. Well, his hair is more like big on the bottom. It's his beard. Okay, big beard. I got you. I got you. I'm okay with this. San and Shin. What was Maeru? Interesting. Different verb. Oh, I was trying to think of this, but it's Sanka. Alright. Sanka suru. Alright. Okay. I'm okay. That's pretty good. Lodging? I'm pretty sure this is like... Oh no. This could have a kun. This could have a kun.
宿
Yado. Okay.
宿
Yado.
Yado, what you must... Okay, okay. What was it? A lodge is a form of lodging. Is also gonna...
Yado.
Okay. Yado. 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 What you must... Oh. Yado what you must to get lodging for the night. Whether that's an inn or a hotel or whatever. Yeah, do what you gotta do. Yeah, do what you got. Yeah, do what you want. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, do what you must. I think there needs a comma there, but okay.
宿
Yado.
Yado. Alright. Alright. Alright, Yado. 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 Okay. Line of text. I think I knew this at one point. You write the word go on a line of text. See the word go on a line of text? Okay. But I don't know.
行
Go. As in gyoza. Interesting. Or, like, this does line up with a onyomi, though. And of course, no mention of that in mine. I'm like, this is an onyomi. Cool. You write another line of text asking for some gyoza. You write out that line of text slowly and carefully in your very best writing. Turns out you are going to a gyoza restaurant and you want to make sure you impress the gyoza chef so that they give you a ton of gyoza. Okay.
行
行行
This is gonna be a tough one. I mean, it kind of sounds like go, right?
行
Go. A line of text, though. Okay. Alright. See how well it works tomorrow. That one's good. That one's quite nice.
車輪
Very self-explanatory. And it's gone. Wait, was this actually part of it? Oh yeah, it was.
Wa.
What? One ring to rule them all.
行
Yo.
Yado.
Okay. That one's okay. One's okay. Hair? Oh, interesting. Aiwa. Older generation mostly talk about one thing, care. Everybody wants to receive care once they're older, don't they? Looking after. I'm gonna think about this a little different. The older generation often talk about taking care of the younger generation. The generations talk about each other because they care. That could work too.
世話
Say what? Say what? What? Wait, if you know the reading of the kanji, you know the ring. Just remember that se is se here and not say. Yeah. Because it's using similar context as
世話
世話
sekai.
世話
Sewa. Day after tomorrow. Right. Something I should know. Day after tomorrow. What if I use what I know? Man, that could be. No, this could be a lot of
あ
things.
さって
Asatte. That's right. So how do I get here from everything? What? No, it's just. Yeah, you just gotta know. This is one of the things you know when you know. What do you want to eat the day after tomorrow? Your mom asked you. You answer, asate. Okay. Sate. Asate. Okay. You're not so confident because you never know what you want to eat the day after tomorrow, but you absolutely love sate. Sate, the Indonesian skewers. Okay. Yeah, when you see this in text, it's like that's day after tomorrow. But man, asate.
あさって
あさって
When you hear it, it's fine. When you read it, it's fine. When you try to produce it, it's not so fine. Alright, I guess we're doing a lot of time-related things. Now we have circumference, but circumference is forward, sort of converging. But this is also weak. Oh no, it's not weak anymore because we're in Japanese. That's right. But we're still using shu. What was the other one for circumference? Lap? Yeah, alright. Shu, yeah, this is so weak though. To some extent. Oh my gosh, Shunen for anniversary, yeah. Circumference here. Parameter, Shu. Character. One time around, yeah, it's still a lap as well. Actually, you know what? I think we're gonna add lap to this. Alright. Am I gonna add lap to this? One lap around something is comfort. In that way. Like one, I guess, two-dimensional way. Alright. To warm up. Atatamaru. But this time is like in trans because it's maru. Yeah, to warm up or to get warmed up. To warm up is not great because that can be transitive as well. Yeah, this stuff is wild. Yeah, to get warm is fine. I'm okay with that.
温まる
Atatamaru, yep.
温まる
Next one. Obvious. Yeah, something bright or clear is probably obvious, but Odaka, really? What are the kuns that I have? Araka?
明らか
Akiraka. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh no, that's not right. No, it's a change. Unfortunately, it's a little tricky and has a few of those. Yeah, it's another one.
明らか
Akiraka.
Akiraka. Oh, it could be no. Akiraka. It's obvious that all you need is a key to open this door. What door?
Akiraka.
It's like blatantly clear. The lock is right there. You really just need a key. Did you forget? Of course. Akiraka.
明らか
Akiraka.
Okay.
Akiraka.
Just gotta open it up.
「あさって」
Asate. I don't usually say the day after tomorrow very often in English either. I just say 2 days from now. Or the following day. The following day is probably, which is admittedly it's even more confusing than the day after tomorrow. The following day. I'll concede on that. Oops. Oops. I keep typing the
世話
the extra e by habit. Seba.
明らか
Hiraka.
「温まる
Amaru. Fur. Yeah, fur skin, fur. I got you. Animal fur, pelt. This could be different because. Oh no, this is not. This is fur. So what? Mohi?
Kegawa.
Oh, great. It's a special case kun. So ke and kawa, gawa, yeah, with a rendaku because it's kunyomi. Oh yeah. In lessons it doesn't have those, but yeah. So kegawa, rendaku.
毛皮
Kegawa.
Fair enough. Ace. A location and a suit. Amazing. What location suits a situation the best? That always depends on the case or the circumstance. Can't know the suitability of the location until you have all the facts about the circumstances. Okay, let's think about this for a moment. That's gonna be a little rough. Okay, sure. All right. So what do we have here? Yogo.
場合
Of course it's not. It's heckin' special case again. That's kind of funny, special case. But it's double kun. All right, you know exactly what case or circumstances you're dealing with. You keep a close eye on things. Imagine your eye really close up to the circumstances, trying to figuring out exactly what's going on. Trying to figuring out. Yikes. So by goes by, yeah.
場合
場合
It's just extended by. Just do it by. Okay. We have I as the new, as the kun for that. Okay. Alright. That one's gonna be rough. For sure. Hard. In what way, in what manner are we talking about hard? A mouth that is old is going to be hard. Go ahead and touch that old man's mouth. It's super hard feeling when you touch it. What the heck? That still doesn't explain what type of hard you're talking about. Cool. You touch the old man's hard mouth and it crumbles away, revealing the face of a toe inside. Holy heck, this is off the charts. Like, I don't even know how this is gonna work. I'm gonna say it's hard being old because your mouth just isn't as strong or hard as it was before. Perhaps. But holy hard. Is it like oh no. Oh, katai. Oh, like no. I don't think this is the same as like thick. I don't think this is the same as okay. Stubborn. Okay, okay, I'm starting to feel it out. Interesting. Both figurative and literal. This one's hard. That's all I'm gonna remember. This kanji is hard. Okay. Wait. Okay. Atatseru? Or is this different? A different type of wait. Transitive. Okay. Means to wait. Has something to do with waiting. Use the tase. Use the tase as a hint. Someone tossed a ball off into a ditch and then they had to find it. They made you wait for them to get the ball too. Even though it's a cheap piece of crap, feel upset about this. It'll help you remember that this means to make something wait. To keep someone waiting. Okay.
Mataseru.
Mataseru. Oh.
待たせる
Yeah, that's fine.
待たせる
No surprises there. Kimono. Yeah. That's kimono, right? The thing you wear are your clothes. Oh, in Japanese, clothes count too. Yeah. Nama kimono. Fair enough. That's self-explanatory. Okay. Oops.
Kegawa.
Kengawa. Alright. It'll be interesting if I remember that tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. What the? How did I type that incorrectly? I know
待
how.
たせる
Mataseru.
Kimono.
Kimono. Underwear. Oh, hey. What a coincidence. Only this is different. It's the below wear as opposed to what was the what did they use? Below pants. Below pants. Yeah, shaku. Oh no, it might not even be yeah. Shaku. Now we have under, below wear, underwear. Nice. Okay. Quite literally too. Kind of nice. Can I get a... Why do I have a feeling this is gonna be weird? Kaki?
下着
Oh, just ski. Okay. So it actually didn't change. But well. Rendaku, of course. Oh, wait. No, it is. Shita. Oh, yeah, they went with kun. Okay. Alright. And then I forgot the rendaku because, you know me. Shitagi. Makes sense.
下着
下着
I went with the on and then just decided this is probably going to be weird and chose the kun, but then I need to account for the rendaku. Shitagi. Alright. So then this must be Mizuki, which I already knew was swimsuit.
水着
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 Alright. Seasons. Are they gonna go straight to kun? Nope. E. Of course. What is the example? Seasons? Oh no, they didn't do that. Oh, they did it this one. Yeah. Kisetsu. Oh, that's right. There is another character next to Kisetsu. Okay. So that's not it. That's not the reason. I thought it was a standalone Kisetsu, but it's actually two characters. Okay. How do I know this is season? A grain's child. Okay. Will grow with the seasons. In spring, the grain is born and grows in summer. It's harvested in fall and dies. Okay. Way out there. All the seasons have their own special key. As they change, that season's key appears and unlocks the next. Some of these are stretching it. Kisetsu works though. To be in time for. Okay, I can kind of see that. Interval in which you meet. Or suit, but we're not going to use suit here. That's out. Ooh, but that could be anything. I mean, it is a ni, so Aida? Aida ni au? It could be money. No. Aida sounds fine.
間に合う
Japanese, please. Alright, that was a 50-50. I mean, it could have been Aida. In between the meeting time. I don't know. Okay. Mani out. Okay, fine. Mani out.
間に合う
間に合う
Alright. It sounds like money out. Like money out. Money out. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. To be in time for it, to make it on time, to be on time. That's fair. That makes sense. Alright. Manio. What else we got? Acquaintance. To know, meet. Acquaintance. Know or suit. That's fair. I usually use this as a form of or acquaintance, the form of knowing. You're probably seeing the word chiru and au by now, yeah, and this someone you know because you have come together before, but that's pretty much it. You don't really know them well. You must meet them a couple times so you know who they are. The person isn't. What is my JLPT level so far, you think? JLPT 4? Yep. It hasn't really changed since we're reviewing stuff.
知り合い
Shiriai. I know what JLPT is. Yes. And I just said 4.
知り合い、
知り合い
Shiriai. That's fine. No surprise there. That's fine. All right, Mr. Grainchild. Grainchild. Go through the seasons, Grainchild. Huh. NVIDIA drivers. So what the heck they use for Grainchild? Oh, right. Oh, meaning. Yes, it's more than one season, but that... Oh, that's Chinese.
下着
Nagi.
水着
They swapped out the gi for ku, or suit, or outerwear. Manio.
間に合う
Manio.
知り合い、
知り合い. Stood up. Oh, that type of stood up. Oh, no. That's, yeah, that is the type of stood up. Interesting. Machi boke. Interesting. With machi, you know you're waiting, but what's boke? Turnout is the long version of, oh, okay. Bake. Boke. Oh, which means idiot. Oh, really? Basically, in case you're waiting, you're a waiting idiot. Why? Because you were stood up. Wait. Really? Now I'm kind of... Huh. Oh, really? How does that work? Oh, interesting. I was not aware of this. Huh. The more you know. Alright. Fair enough. Alright. It's pretty good. Waiting in vain. Stood up. That's a great... That's somewhat of a poetic way of saying stood up. Waiting in vain. Rough. Eraser. Do we have extinguish? We kinda do. Maybe it's Ashi? Ashigomu.
消しゴム、
Keshigomu. Oh wait, yeah, Keshigomu. Kesu. Kesu
Keshigomu.
is what I'm supposed to think of when you're extinguishing something. Kesu. Yeah. Not to open.
消しゴム、
Keshigomu is fine.
消しゴム
And gomu is supposed to be or it's a rubber.
消しゴム消しゴム
Alright, that's fine. Perfect. Oh, this is not fine. Perfect is not fine. How does this work? The roof that became the origin, alright, of all roofs were perfect. It was tall and wide so it could fit and protect everyone. And the dimensions were perfect too. So why did you choose perfect? This perfect roof was commissioned by Genghis Khan, of course. We all carpenters. Okay, alright. Khan, sure. Yeah, see. Yeah, Kansen, Kanzen, and Kanla, like Wanla completion. Yeah, it's not perfect. Complete whole finish entirety yeah, there's quite a lot, but it's I really would stray away from perfect. It's more like complete. Hey MAKU, thought you respawned here since you're live. You're on your second to last week for this academic year and mostly just have to have support sessions left before your final data management exam. Ooh, so you have one more exam. Okay. It was funny that you mentioned about how many people have said your stream videos help them fall asleep at night. You briefly turned off your stream and played a generic relaxing video on YouTube only to go back to your stream after 5 minutes as you found out more relaxing was. It's happened before. Like sometimes people need their like comfort zone relaxing like background noise, and it's usually. Did I ever tell you why I speak in the register I typically speak? It's largely because like there's a frequency and I try to keep my voice, like I try not to raise and lower my voice too frequently, and apparently whenever you think about falling asleep in your classroom, think about like listen to your professor and listen to the cadence of your professor. I mean, I don't know if that's intentional or not, but oftentimes you become all too familiar about trying to maintain a particular cadence when it comes to speaking, especially public speaking. And one of the stereotypes that occur quite often is that when you're trying to maintain a particular pace or a train of thought, things tend to be in like the middle register of this person and it doesn't flex very often, and that tends to be associated with relaxing brown noise. Sometimes even higher registers and pitch can be like very moderate, like droning. It's kind of like the like, you know, it's not droning in an offensive way, but it does happen a lot. And if you stay in academics long enough, it's like, what is the thing that you associate with being tired all the time and getting normalized to if you stay in academics for too long? That's probably listening to someone lecture in a middle register with very little inflection in their voices early in the morning. So over the years, it's like if you meet people who are still in school or in the state of school, typically they might actually end up finding out that they associate they get like a behavioral response, and that has become very, very confirmed in the streaming setting. Get that comment a lot. Now the thing is, it's not necessarily due to being unattentive, as in like when you say, oh, you're sorry you couldn't just stay up anymore. I sometimes conditioned behavior is very, very much stronger, a lot stronger than one wants to intellectually do, right? Like, oh yeah, that doesn't mean your conversation was boring. Like, it's just sometimes I get really sleepy when that happens. Like, yeah, that's the power of association. Like, that's kind of like one of those things you ask, I don't understand, but for whatever reason, this really puts me off. And you start exploring, why does this put you off? It oftentimes it's because other things associate the things. So I wouldn't be surprised that you would fall asleep in that. All right, I didn't know that. It does make sense though, as a monotonous voice would give you a sort of unchanging auditory input. Yeah, that you imagine helps people fall asleep. And then the behavioral association solidifies that quite a lot. So it's more so the emphasis is the monotonous tone in the voice. Not, it can be engaging based on its content, but since a lot of people growing up, one of the stereotypes that are often talked about, and it's a stereotype because it's true in my opinion, a vast majority of lecturers across the world tend to somehow statistically tend to be very monotonous in voice. And I don't know why that's the case. And, you know, as a language learner, you know, someone who's learning a language, you would think some languages would deviate from that largely due to maybe the quality of the nature. But no, if you listen to, like, I've listened to quite a lot of lectures by, say, a tonal language like Chinese, and nah, it's pretty it's pretty you know how we were talking about determinism, like fate, like deterministic things. Sometimes when you look at data and statistics and whatnot, you just feel like that just makes sense. It's so hard to conceive that you would think humanity, different geography, different culture standards, different language cadence and stuff, and then you step room into a university in a different place, or you watch a lecture from another person, it's like that can't be real, right? I don't understand this language, but it almost sounds like I could replace the words and cadence with, like, what has made it so that this is the standard for lectures. By the way though, if I walked into the class, I usually don't sound like this. But when I'm streaming, I do sound like this. Largely because I did consciously chose this. It wasn't for the sleeping thing. The monotonous voice makes people a lot less anxious. And typically when you're live streaming, in my opinion, creating more discomfort is, in my opinion, unnecessary because everyone else is. So you could call it being a hipster or something, but I think there's enough overstimulation online, and there are pockets of people who prefer like mellowing out. The downside, maybe possibly, is that it can sort of trigger a sleeping response, and I think most of the time is because of a lack of a better word, sort of Pavlovian conditioning, you know, like just classical Pavlovian conditioning, where most kids that are online who comes on Twitch, they're either looking for incredibly high octane engagement, or they settle into chilling and vibing, and that's usually someone who has a very similar cadence to their classroom environment. Because if there's any time someone likes to fall asleep and feel tired, not because the concept is boring or something, it's largely because a lot of times those situations, you're either tired or you're disinterested for those kids, and or you don't want to be active during those times. And regardless of how much like someone says, oh, this topic is really interesting, but if you say it in a very mid-range tone, steady tone, biology has this wonderful way of intuitively triggering this stuff. Call it a it's like seeing, it's what you call it? It's like eating, sorry. And then heckin' Twitchbot, right? We had to ban the Twitchbot. But yeah, you love seeing similar videos about universal language where there's surprising amount of similarities across cultures that allow people from vastly different cultures to interact and understand each other. You find it gives you a cool sort of humanity together type of feeling? Yes. It's wild how no matter how far like specific human conditions unite humans, right? You constantly, that togetherness is kind of great. And I actually use human conditions. Anything that deals with human conditions is one that can help bridge. So actually most of the bases of my icebreakers and talking to strangers, we tackle a human condition first. There's a reason why people talk about the weather. Like, there is a certain threshold of weather that makes you cold. There's a certain threshold of weather that makes you warm. And there are just right temperatures. So when you ask, what's your ideal weather? That's a human condition response, right? A response to the weather. So when it comes to universal languages, hot is a very specific feeling. When it comes to the weather, cold is a specific feeling. And oftentimes their expressions and sounds and cadence that deal with those things are fairly universal. So human condition is fantastic. And I think one of the human conditions, it's artificial. I think it's constructed by humanity, but still, one of the human conditions is when you hear a monotonous voice who's very steady, it's often associated with a period of being tired when you're growing up. So as an adult, you can choose to train that out of yourself, and it is possible. Like, what I mean is, hear me out. I think to this day, my colleagues or my best friends and colleagues, if we were to sit in a seminar, we would have to actively work to stay awake. Like, it subsides when the thing changes through practice. But boy howdy, the early years of child association, like children's association with being up in the morning, tired, and just associating it with school is enough to make your body just trigger into a sleeping mode. It's wild. Here's a more reasonable example. My best friends, when you put them on a bus, they immediately just knock out. Like, it could be the first thing in the morning, they're wide awake, they could have been like on a roller coaster, but the moment you get on a bus, they're just out. How do I know? Is because we took a lot of buses when we were in New Zealand, and I'm like wired. I'm like sitting on the bus, I'm thinking, like, I have different thoughts when it comes to public transportation, but they're just out. Like, they're gone. So it's a darker reason why I'm so alert on buses, because school buses sucked. And not for the reason you think. School buses are very convenient and whatnot. No, it's the whole bullying thing that we talked about yesterday. But school buses suck because I'm always alert because of bullies on the bus. So when it takes public transit and stuff, I have different associations with being in a public space, sharing a public space on a moving vehicle in which you can't exit the moving vehicle. But my friends, they must have had a way different association. And that's why I feel when psychology is elegant, it often deals with human condition stuff. I think psychology and philosophy are fantastic when you're dabbling in psychology and philosophy for like practical human applications, you know, like interpersonal communication and whatnot, or like feelings and whatnot. These things are very palpable and they're very consistent, and one of them is association. especially in habits. So I am honestly not the least bit surprised that despite being very interested in a topic, you would one would become tired, because whenever I get into that mode of talking, it feels like nothing. Like the last 5 or 6 hours yesterday, I was like in a very steady. I don't typically go up or down when it comes to like talking about that. It's kind of like listening to I forgot his name. I keep forgetting the physicist's name. Carl Sagan? No, that's not it. Just kidding. What's his name? No, I'm thinking of a completely wrong. He's not English, and he's a very viral person. He's not Tyson, not Tyson. He has a Tyson's the opposite of that, but he's the guy that I would often attribute to. Just hear him talk about the mysteries of the universe and stuff, but he would make it sound like it's surreal, and you would just fall asleep to it. Not in a bad way. It's just like whatever he says is wonderful, and and you're like, I don't remember the last thing you said, but it feels very profound, and that's kind of attributing to that monotonous tone as well. Like, you just smooth on. It's like, how do you make math sound comforting? Get him to describe differential equations to you. not sleepy in the sense of being bored. It's just, man, you're just melting into the chair that you're sitting in. Let's see, popular in interview. Maybe that's a good. Don't give me Tyson, please. Oh, I got it. His name is Brian Cox. Brian Cox. No, Brian Cox, professor. I forgot where he is. Yeah, Brian Cox. When he talks, I'm like, oh, he is English. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember if he had an accent or not, because I was more focused on his tone, like his speaking tone. It's pretty much. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you know, but I do have a hard time distinguishing if someone has a British accent or an American accent, because I hear them way too often. I don't know if you ever had this problem before, but if you spend too much time in a specific accent, you just forget that it is a different accent from the one you're speaking. Actually, sometimes I don't recall if I was speaking with a British accent or an American accent. Occasionally, like when you're in a group and you're just watching, I don't know, your 50th episode of Downtown Abbey, and then you start talking. It's like, wait, why are you saying it that way? I'm like, well, what do you mean when I'm saying it that way? It's a button. Like, what? Why are you saying button like that? Like, what how else would you want to say it? A button? Like, oh, right. Andre, you recently played this video on the Joe Rogan podcast in bed. Oh yeah. Oh the Cox. Yeah, Brian Cox. I'm telling you, smooth. And it's not smooth in the sense that there's no vocal fry. Like the other type of smooth thing, like the smooth singer, no like hitches or bounciness. He just got that. All right, I can listen to this man talk about how exciting paint dries, and I'd be going to bed right now. That's what I mean by the incredibly stereotypical, somehow, for whatever reason, that ends up being like the more likely case of speaking pattern in academics. Like, academia, for whatever reason, somehow you would think speaking patterns are different. Like it doesn't dictate the personality of speech when it comes to scientists, right? But Lord and behold, whatever the combination of self-selection, it holds true. You don't really have that issue discerning American and English accents, but you do remember having some trouble with it when you were younger. Oh, so it's not discerning American and English accent. It's the awareness of American English accent. So like there's no reason to not tell if they're English or American if you're actively looking for it. But what I mean by that is when I'm watching like Sherlock, I forget that they're English. As in like that's the normal English. So when the last thing I listen to is the normal English, and then whatever is not English, it could be an American or English accent. That's like in the moment kind of situation. Like I could identify and tell you if American is next to an English person. So like if you're gonna have like an American and English, but sometimes, yeah, like sometimes you just forget. I don't know how often you watch American programming though. I watch a lot of British programming. In fact, the whole Clear Obscured cast, the American English cat. No, it's not American. It's British English. They threw in a few questionably Irish and Scottish accents, as well as possibly outside of London accents. So at some point, I'm like, did I hear an American accent in there? There wasn't any American accent, but I had to think about it for a moment because in video games like Clear Obscure, they have a lot of voices actually, because instead of hiring like one person or like 3 people to read several of the journal entries, to my ears it sounds like 57, at least 57 people. So all of them have different variances of English accents, and that's pretty cool. And tenor, like different tenor and whatnot. But boy howdy, when you hit a slightly Irish and Scottish accent, you're just like, yep. And guess what passages they read off? One is about being drunkard, and one's about being belligerently violent. Isn't that so stereotypical? And personally, I know this is gonna be a slight hot take for other people, but I'm more on the lighthearted, proactive side of things when it comes to stereotypes. You embrace those stereotypes and then you learn how to explain them. And then therefore, understanding where they come from allows you to wield them as humor and a form of endearment. So much more like Stephen He's approach, where in order to disarm the potential cynicism and misuse and abuse of stereotypes, raising awareness of those stereotypes and like kind of painting them in a different light kind of disarms them as well. So in my opinion, boy howdy, I know, because of that awareness, I know that it's not like Scottish and Irish people are more likely to be drunkard and belligerent like all the time and whatnot, but it's fun in media, like oh, that's so homely. Like I kind of want to grab a pint with whoever this voice actor is, because it's a form of endearment. But of course, other people might not think so lightly, because there are also negative stereotypes, right? In a sense. And I certainly embraced my time with stereotypes for sure, both the potentially ugly and the positives, but those they're kind of true. I mean, they are true in the context of those people who think those stereotypes, right? They exist for a reason. So instead of allowing that negativity to fester, one could explain it. Obviously, you can use your imagination to what type of stereotypes that I have encountered in my life. I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm old enough, especially in American media, when it comes to Chinese people. Yeah. But boy howdy, whenever I hear a Scottish accent, it makes me just wanna pretend like I enjoy drinking alcohol. I'm not I'm like a social drinker, but I'm more of a social poser. I pose drinking. Like I'm a sipper. I like sip a little bit and I'm like, all right, where's my cup of water? I like, you know, double fist. Hey, I know what I said. Just don't at me, okay? I like have my water next to my alcohol all the time. I want to be part of the group, but at the same time, I'm not getting slammed. You know, you chase. It's one of those things like if you go to like an open bar, right, at a wedding, I would order a quote unquote a classy drink. So like maybe Jameson with some, gin and tonic with Jameson, and then I would be like, may I have also a glass of water? So I'd be like, I'm the guy that's holding two things. Sip some gin and tonic and then some water. Go back and forth the whole time. Or alternatively, and this is going to sound sort of disagreeable if you're talking about beer, right? Beer and wine, but I don't mind when people give me my mixed drinks with ice, with quite substantial ice, because then I'd be like sipping. All right, I'm gonna wait for the glass to like go, and you know, that's what I do. That's how I socially blend while socially drinking. Yeah. You have to make compromises. I quite enjoy it. I like how the flavor, like the profile kind of changes as the ice dilutes the. I know this is gonna sound like, but you're adulterating the buzz or the image. Well, I like the profile, so it's kind of like it's strong at first, then it gets diluted, and then gets diluted. So you're kind of like easing out of the thing, right? So I don't know if people think of it that as an experience. I think of it the same for soda. The first hit is very strong, and it elicits a very strong feeling, like soda. When you're drinking soda, that first sugar is like, it tastes great, but then you gotta wean off of it because the sugar gets too much, right? Like, so it's intense, but then the ice kind of just mellows the water mellows the drink out as it's going. So I kind of pace myself. I don't like constantly chug and throw back shots and stuff to keep the same intensity. I just kind of like the mellow thing. Or you know, whiskey on the rocks, scotch, right? Scotch on the rocks. That's kind of the thing. The sipper profile. It's like, that's smooth, and then the water kind of makes it a little bit more mellow, and it just keeps mellowing out. It doesn't work with wine and beer. I know. I concede with that. Actually, if you ever go to a bar, I don't know where, I'm not even sure if there is a country out there that would do this, but if you go and say, hey, I want a lot of ice in my wine and beer, I might be able to think of maybe one or maybe a few places in the world that would not give you the dirtiest stink eye ever. But in mixed drinks, it's okay. Mixed drinks, in fact, a lot of times mixed drinks come with those like huge solid ice, right? You know, like to keep like the chill effect and then whatnot. So maybe I'm a little biased towards mixed drink. You know, like my mojito is, if you have a tall flute glass or something, my mojito is like 70% ice. You know, it's just like this one cylinder of ice and then the drink around it. Contrary to what some people might think when it comes to volume, the volume doesn't change because of the ice. It's the same volume placed into a container that can hold that volume. So like a shot of a particular liquor is still in the same ratio. The ice happens to need a larger container for it. So hear me out. Like a lot of times people think that you're getting less because a place served you something with a lot of ice, but the volume that they mix the drink stays constant. It's your container that gets larger. So oftentimes that's kind of a weird cognitive dissonance when it comes to, oh, you paid like, but I want that whole glass to be filled with the mixed drink. It's like, well, then you'll have to pay for the volume of that whole glass. So if you think it's expensive now with the ice in it, you have to pay like 5 times that volume because they're going to have to use 5 times that volume to fill the glass. Yeah, most countries will look at you like you just insulted their mother. You did that with wine. Dude, wine? Ooh, don't do it. It actually really... something about water, the water profile, and I can see it for beer to a little bit extent, but that's like... Okay, hear me out. I know people don't like light beer, but generally speaking, it creates that same sensation when you dilute non-light beer, right? Non-light beer, and you diluted it. It's kind of like that. And honestly, what the experience is like diluting tea. that's my opinion, but it's like diluting dirt water taste with even more, like the taste profile might not change as much as you think, and it might actually make it so that you're drinking more volume of a thing, and that's probably how I feel about beer. But light beer exists, and that is a dilution of like stuff. Obviously there's a little bit more to it, to the balance of the flavor profile and whatnot, but there is light beer. I'm not sure about light wine though. Dear me, I might have committed a sin by saying light wine. That sounds weird. Although I can still imagine there are some people out there that would prefer the taste of light wine, or in other words, diluted wine. You just want that. I think the wine that I really enjoyed was a Moscato in English. But it's a really sweet white wine. So I got a little too much of that in a short period of time during one of my friends' weddings. It was fine, but like, you know when you're like feeling a little warm, right? Feeling a little warm. Like, all right, that's enough for today, or that's enough for the next 2 hours. Beautiful wedding as well. Okay, anyways, their wedding was at a vineyard. All right, so I think this is okay. Perfect, I suppose. Perfect roofs. Originally perfect roofs. All right. We must not deviate too much today, but today is Neverwinter Day, so we can chill all you want. Do you have lecture like every day of this week, or is this reading week for you for the exam? Do you have reading weeks? I'm not sure if that's a thing, and how long reading weeks are. If you do, let me define. The American reading week is, they often give like 1 week for the final exams. So most of the time there's actually a void of lectures. prior to any of the final exams. Quote unquote, the reading week. No, you had one lecture today and you have one more on Thursday. Okay, you have no reading weeks this year. Okay. I see. Yeah, sometimes, you know, when you're at a university, you have like 5 exams to study for, and they're like stacked on top of each other. So oftentimes those days end up being like void of classes. So then it's usually customary to have some sort of reading week as opposed to staggering all your exams. I don't know which team I'm part of, but the places that I went to, they try to stagger their exams. Obviously, it's not very possible given all the different types of permutations of the kids. So they try not to stack the exams while also adding some reading weeks. If they're stacked, then typically reading weeks are longer for those students, because then you have to do all of them at once or within 2 days. And hit or miss. I personally enjoy staggering nowadays in my old age, I suppose. My older age. A kid, my younger self, stack him up. Pile them up. I got it. I got all the stamina in the world. Let's just do it. Let's get it on. Five exams in a row. I got this. Let's go. From like 8 a.m. to like 9 p.m. I got it. Let's just stack all the exams. Nowadays I'm like, can I have the first exam on Monday? Can I have the second exam on Wednesday? I prefer every other day. Can I have like an exam every other day? How about I just do the one exam 1 month early and then like the next exam 2 weeks later? That kind of thing. Even stagger the start time of my classes. Like, let's start one class in September and let's start one class in October. That's kind of the type of lifestyle I feel is quite more consistent prone. But obviously you don't have that luxury when you're the reason why things are stacked like that is for efficiency, right? Efficiency. Evil intent. Okay, so we have bad energy. Oh yeah, that's in evil intent. All right. So akuki, aki, probably like aki.
悪気
Warugi. Oh my goodness, all of these are exceptions. Today's whole lesson, like more than half of them are exceptions. Okay, so reading itself has a lot of with all the exceptions it has. Okay, a lot of evil intent with all the exceptions it has. I see you. So somehow that became waru. So like in warui, okay, so it's kun. So warui, then that means gi has to be rendaku, even though ki is onyomi. Because it unexpectedly rendakus, even though it's onyomi. Warugi. Alright, fair enough. Mountain climbing. This is also an exception. How is this an exception now? Oh, and then now it has this, so could this end up being Yamazen? No.
山登り
Yamanobori. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's fine. Yamanobori is fine. So Nobori and then Yama. That actually is more normal than without this.
山登り
山登り
Yamanobori. Yep, it's fine. So are you ready for the exam already, or do you have to go and do some refresher before your exam?
Keshigomu
Here 消しゴム Here she go.
消しゴム
Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴム Here she go. 消しゴ
待ちぼうけ
Machipoke. Oh wait. Yeah, this is what was it? Warugi.
悪気 山登り
Yamanobori. Popular phrase. Oh, trend speak or trend language. Interesting. It's off trend. Trendy language. Popular phrase. Catchphrase. Oh, I really gotta go back from home. Oh. All right. What do we have? Chinese. We have Chinese right now. We have Chinese. Okay. What's this again? Do you call maybe like do you call wa? Do you call wa?
流行語
Oh, okay, they went with go because it stands alone. That's fine. Oh wait, just kidding. Wa is probably go is the onyomi. Oh wait. Oh wait, I just combined Chinese with. Oh no, wa. Oh no. Okay, no, just kidding. I got so many things mixed up. It's fine.
流行語
Yeah, you call you call go. It's all on me. It's all good.
流行
流行語
I got so many wires crossed. You call ka.
流行歌
You call ka.
流行歌
You call ka. All right, those are fine. Wish. You look a little different. You're missing a hat. Oh, you're totally missing a lid. But it's still the same thing. Pretty sure this is like simplified or something. Yeah, there's a lid. Pretty sure. Oh no. Oh no, it isn't. Wait. Was it really this underneath? No. It's something else. Oh, now I gotta negotiate this. That's okay. We know this has wish though. There's a treasure on top of a narwhal. Yeah. Who wears a towel. I'll grant you your greatest wish. Alright. Key. In order to open the treasure and get your wish, you need the key. Alright. Oh, I was thinking, no, that's the same. Maybe there was something up there. I feel like either a drop is missing or lid is missing. Anyways, key, yeah. Keyhole. Key bowl. I'm not sure if I got bowl yet. Checks out. So key. We orera? Ne?
俺ら
Orera.
俺ら
俺ら
Okay. Yep. That's cooking alright. Ryori.
料理
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 Fair enough. Do we need to know anything about cooking? It is combining two weird ones. A fee and reason. There's a reason for this fee that you have to pay to get in here. We are cooking cuisine for you to eat while you're watching the show. If we weren't cooking a dish for you, we wouldn't be charging you. Yeah, kind of a rough one. But we have legacy. Legacy is good.
流行語
Yukogo. What's a popular phrase these days? Cinema. Okay, hear me out. This now I'm positive this person is not English or British, okay? Pro call. Right. But are you familiar with the internet term cinema? That's something new that the kiddos are. It's one of those like yo pops, check out this new tune, check out this original new tune, and then I'm like thinking, wait a minute, isn't this just that? And it still means the same thing, but not the same but not the same. So I think the new phrase that I had a really funny encounter with one of my more edgier acquaintance friends, if you will, and he shared with me how kids these days or the younger crowd are using the word cinema for like the emote, and I couldn't believe it. Like it was a modern the meme was using like a current picture of someone that I know really like parasocially, like a director, and I'm like, don't you know who this is? And the kids are like, nah, it's cinema. It's like, but do you know who this is? You feel quite confident for it from what your lecturer has talked to you about. Okay, in terms of what likely to be in the exam, you have a good grasp of it, but you have to make sure you never think you're fully prepared for it, because you won't be low. But even if you were, for me, it's still best to avoid thinking that you're when preparing for exam. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry you typed that, but then gone for. Oh, no worries. Yeah, the new phrase is cinema that someone introduced me to, a friend introduced me to, and the meme. Are you talking about the meme of Martin Scorsese with his hands out? Yes, like the first thing I said was, dude, that's Martin Scorsese. Like, do you not? Martin Scorsese is like contemporary cinema. He like that is cinema. Like it doesn't require, like, do you know your memes? Like, who's that? I'm like, dude, it's Martin Scorsese. Like, get out of here, kid. Like, are you kidding me? Like all of a sudden I just suddenly want to speak in a New Yorker accent all of a sudden. Like, are you for real right now? Like, you're using a meme and say, oh no, you didn't. Oh no, how can you people not know Martin Scorsese? Yeah, but honestly, I'm not even sure if they have, like, this. He watches a lot of movies, this person, like this friend of mine, and I'm not sure if he does this journaling thing as well, since he known me, and I don't think there's a Martin Scorsese film on that list. So even though Martin Scorsese recently released some, I mean, Martin Scorsese is cinema. He is easily one of the most consistent directors, right, in his like area of cinema. And like, Martin Scorsese is one of the classics. He even argues a lot of times to defend cinema, not necessarily contemporary movie industry, right? Cinema itself. So it's weird when I see that. It's like, guys, that's Martin Scorsese. Like, you could just say Martin Scorsese and I would think cinema. But I do like that meme. It's one of those ones that when a meme hits, but it hits differently, but it hits even harder, if you know what I mean. Like, for someone who's older, as in, oh yeah, I could get behind that. It's different from saying like skippity toilet. Like, I can't touch that. But if you come back and say, oh yeah, people still something else is coming back. Saying Martin Scorsese is coming back as a meme for cinema. That's great. And why is this like so relevant right now? It's because when I was like editing and looking at my videos, whenever you post video game videos, I don't know if this is interesting to you or not, but copyright stuff, the way copyright stuff is filtered and stuff, it's first automated and then they bring attention to you, right? They print and say, okay, consider that there's identical footage here, and it tells you the percentage of overlap and whatnot, and then you can archive it, or send a copyright notice or a takedown notice or something like that. But when you submit video game YouTube videos, you get like hundreds of hits, because the video game itself, if it's captured in a live stream or in any form, it's going to match up 100% most of the time. So why is this relevant to that? 5 of like the 20 hits that I got like 2 days ago, because I posted the English playthrough, the English dub playthrough playthrough per scene, they used the word cinema over and over again, but it wasn't cinema as in cinematography. It was, oh, clair obscur is cinema. So it's not being used as like cinema, the beforehand thing. It's being used as that meme. So it was very hard for me to not chuckle every time that I'm familiar with that now, even though if my friend didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that that's how they're using the word cinema. Language, I tell you, language. That's it. Yeah, maybe they should make a reverse of the meme that's a picture of a cinema theater with the word Martin Scorsese. Yeah, you know, like the Americana. I'm a little biased, but I'm not sure how that. Are you familiar with it? I'm not sure the British culture has that. Yeah, they do. Of course they do, right? That little like bright, you know, the marquee like sign where you would take little really bright, you know, like 70s Americana things with the blinking lights, but you put in like each of the cutouts of the letters and it just have Martin Scorsese like presents, I don't know, The Departed, or your next Oscar nominated picture of the year, your next picture of the year nominee. That's Martin Scorsese. Like, hey, Martin Scorsese is coming out a new movie. Yeah, insert it would be like a reverse meme where like picture of the year nominee presented by Martin Scorsese, or like directed by Martin Scorsese, right on that marquee with the double doors and the fancy entrances, right in like, I don't know, old school. And I mean, we have to remember Martin Scorsese lived through that time too. Like, I hope he continues to be healthy. He actually lived through that time. That guy is like what, double my age, I think. So it's got a huge legacy. One day we might be saying the same about Christopher Nolan or something like that. I think Christopher Nolan is kind of like the generation Martin Scorsese after. Like, what I mean is he's like the follow-up, the following generation. If I had to name someone who's like that avid about cinema and like the way cinematography works, it's probably Christopher Nolan after Martin Scorsese. Like the same vibe, a very similar vibe. If Martin Scorsese is of one generation, Christopher Nolan is of my generation, the generation that aligns up with my age. And then not sure about the next gen. I don't think it has happened yet. And of course I'm not saying that other people aren't that great. It's the vibe of Nolan, Christopher Nolan, really screams Martin Scorsese. Not that they do the same genre of things, but like their attitude and their presence towards cinema is very, very astoundingly powerful. When you see Christopher Nolan drop a film, you bet that he is incredibly meticulous about his cinema and how things are captured. The way he presents things has to scream Nolan. It's hard to not think about it and like, yeah, that's a Nolan film. or we can get even more like indie, more like really indie, like Coen Brothers. That's cinema. Like, I think that's where the meme is capturing, but I'm not sure if the kids are using it like that, if you know what I mean. So that's where the funny part comes in. Everything that I personally think is cinema is not what the kids are using for cinema. When they think of cinema, they're talking about like set pieces, grand surrealism, like things that make life less fantastical. And when I think of cinema, I think of incredibly classic down to earth, like passion project things. So I think of like Oh Brother Where Art Thou by Coen Brothers, or No Country for Old Men. And the director is slipping my mind right now, but or the book, and of course I forgot the author's name. But that is cinema to me, like Gangs of New York, or maybe like maybe Quentin Tarantino film, or like though that's cinema. But when people say cinema, they're like, oh yeah, big fireworks and eye candy and CG. Have I watched The Good, the Bad, the Ugly? Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Right. That's when Clint was still acting, right? Yeah, that's when Clint is still acting. I'm not sure. Yeah, director is Sergio Leone. Yeah. He also did what was it? I want to say no, he didn't. He didn't do that one. Or Leon the Professional. Who is the director for Leon the Professional? Or a Stanley Kubrick film? The late Kubrick. Who did Leon Professional? Luc Besson? I'm gonna be real. I would have a very hard time remembering that name. Yeah, you watched that due to your love of Tarantino films. Oh, okay. Makes sense. That checks out. Yeah, that checks out. That to me is cinema. Although Clear Obscure, for sure, it's both cinema. Your dad showed you 2001: A Space Odyssey. How'd you find that? How'd you find 2000? How did you find the experience with 2001: A Space Odyssey? I think I watched it when I remember specifically. It was during the summer of sophomore year. Me and Greg watched 2001: A Space Odyssey. We also watched Eraserhead that same year too, that same summer. David Lynch, one of David Lynch's earliest films. David Lynch is it's a very acquired taste, but cinema is cinema. When you watch movies that are unhinged, maybe the most edgy one that I think younger audience don't watch today, but a heck of a lot of older audience do, that's considered cinema, is any Wes Anderson film. Probably Wes Anderson is a great example of cinema. Like, it's not pandering. Not that I like my Pixar films. I enjoy watching Marvel films, but that to me is a little bit more. That's a little bit a different type of movie making, like than 2001: Space Odyssey. It's not necessarily better or worse. It's incredibly different when it comes to a director giving unhinged access to chasing their passion versus we're doing this because people like this. You thought it was a good film? If you ask your dad to do something for you and he doesn't want to, he'll sometimes say, I'm sorry, James, I'm afraid I can't do that. Like, open the pod pay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, James. I'm afraid I can't do that. Hal, open the pod pay doors, Hal. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that. Did you like the baby thing at the end? Did you conceive what was going on? Why was there a gigantic baby the size of a planet? the hitting the event horizon and getting teleported into another universe, which then another universe is like it got a little wild. And you know what a toned down version of that is? Interstellar, Christopher Nolan. like a more modernized, that confused you to say that. Yeah. And Interstellar Nolan brought it a little bit to the mainstream. The idea about like what happens when space and time kind of just do things that you are incomprehensible and whatnot. That's kind of a neat thing. I think Nolan explores that quite a bit. Like Nolan does these two things where he does his pet projects, which is some like science fiction related things, and then he does his staple stuff, right? Which I more associate with cinema, but then he does his like cinema version of science fiction. Like most of his science fiction would be the closest thing to an unhinged cinema, but still enough to be mainstream. Like Interstellar, Inception. What was the other one? Tenet? Yeah, I think he kind of sort of crossed the line with Tenet. Slightly, but he's always on the edge. And that's kind of how I feel a lot of typical movie making may be presented. In fact, they might back away from the line. They try to back away from the line as much as possible, right? In order to pander for entertainment. Meanwhile, I think Martin Scorsese is like, if you go into a Martin Scorsese film and you don't like the stuff that he's making, he's not going to change to cater to you. He's going to show you what is the masterclass in what he does. That's how I feel about, like, when you think about a director representing cinema, they're like Guillermo del Toro. Like, he's gonna do what he envisions. Like, he could occasionally do something like Pacific Rim, right? And then he's like, oh, it was fun, you know, kaiju and robots. He always wanted to do that, like, kind of thing. And then he's like, all right, now I'm back to my I don't even know if anyone ever saw his movie that follows Shape of Water. I'm not even sure if people know the title of his most recent film. Sure as heck, I'm not entirely sure anymore. It had like a color in it or something. What was his most recent one? I haven't seen it yet, so I haven't gotten around to see it yet. Which, by the way, one of Del Toro's favorite films is No Country for Old Men. And yes, it is one of my... It would be one of my cinema picks, for sure. Like, most of the stuff, I overlap with him when it comes to... Oh, yeah. No. Actually, it was actually kind of popular, now that I think about it. I'm not sure if you saw Nightmare Alley. I did watch Nightmare Alley at some point. It was the following of Shape of Water. And then I saw his Pinocchio, his stop motion Pinocchio, which was released at the same time as Walt Disney's live action Pinocchio. And whew, that was rough for Disney, because like Del Toro had a much like a darker, grounded thing, and it used stop motion. And then you had Walt Disney's like current trend of live action remakes that are kind of, let's just say, on a downward trend, like off of a cliff. So and his next one is Frankenstein, by the way, and it's published by it's gonna be published by Netflix as well. Like Del Toro has a really long running like business relationship apparently with Netflix. Like Netflix love the heck out of Del Toro. Like all of his I watch all of his like animated ideas, like story concepts, like Troll Hunters, right? Troll Hunters, and then the 3 trilogies. So Troll Hunters, 3 Below, and Wizards. It's an animated, it's for kids animation, but I like delving into whimsical. And then he hosted Del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosity, for those who are interested in like alternative horror and whatnot. But anyways, enough gawking about cinema. 2001 Space Odyssey. You should watch Eraserhead with your father. Like, it's probably gonna be an off-putting experience, and it might get some laughs. But when Greg and I watched it, we were speechless for like 15 minutes after the movie. Like, the movie ended, and we sat there like for 15 minutes, and I'm like, all right, Greg, I'm going to bed. It's like, all right. And then we went to bed. It's only after we got up the next day, we asked each other, like, what the heck did we watch yesterday? Like, what was that? And then a lot of it was like just laughing because it was absolutely incomprehensible. And that's not a one-off, by the way. David Lynch, if you want to see someone who is cinema period, early David Lynch works, the theme of David Lynch, by the way, is that he puts whatever he imagines, like when he's sleeping, like his nightmares and stuff, on film. Lately, since Mulholland Drive and stuff, it's become a lot more like coherent to some extent. But early days, like Eraserhead, that's what happens in the mind of a creator when it's not bound by pandering. What's another one? Oh, recently, I haven't seen this yet, but I think it's called The Mad God. Mad God. And this is a very, very prominent stop motion and like a person, like guy who did like Star Wars, like contributes to Star Wars and all that stuff. But he spent 30 years as a pet hobby making this movie, and I was told it is incredibly off-putting. Like, it's as raw and unhinged as you can get because he made it on his own, spent 30 years conjuring up things. I think when it comes to looking at the real visceral rawness of visionaries and creations, it's a lot of chaos. So that's often the really extreme side of what I would call cinema. But what makes cinema is then you attach on years of discipline and experience, and then you have something that is wildly the person, right, the director. However, at the same time, it shows so much mastery and restraint as well. So it's a great combination of restraint and I do what I want, as in, this is my vision of this movie, but here's some restraint so that it doesn't get so unhinged and artistic to the point it's incomprehensible. However, those movies exist, and boy howdy, sometimes it's worth experiencing, in my opinion. At least one of those films. I think a lot of early David Lynch films are a great example of it. The scenes that I saw from the Mad God clip that people use, yeah, that is very remarkably close. You know what this reminds me of? If you like Resident Evil games, or like Bloodborne, maybe if you're a Bloodborne person, take that and possibly turn up, crank, and double the uneasiness of most of the visuals, and then throw out all the semblance of groundedness that you have. That's kind of what happens, in my opinion. And I actually think oftentimes it can be a very raw feeling that can be incredibly relatable for someone who has a chaotic mind. Like, there's chaotic order, more or less, and oftentimes it takes a lot of discipline to create literal order and structure out of all of it. And sometimes when I'm watching those things, I'm like, hey, that feels like what goes on in my head back in the day. Maybe a little less so nowadays, but let's just say sometimes you don't even know what's on screen. I'm gonna tell you. If you're a fan of Lovecraftian works, chaos. Or maybe 40k? Okay, alright. I'm telling you, Cthulhu sometimes has... Cthulhu might as well... Lovecraft, a modern day Lovecraft might as well be David Lynch sometimes. I'm not sure what his latest movie is actually. I haven't seen his latest movie since Mulholland Drive. Let's see. Okay. I did watch some British programming from Gecko's suggestion. I've been watching an episode or two of Taskmasters. So eventually when Gecko comes back, I can talk to him about Taskmasters. Not sure if you watched that programming, but it's in like its seventh season, or like I don't know how many seasons. This isn't a very long season. It's practically like when I mentioned Grand Tour and whatnot, Taskmasters also came up, so that was a share. I've been watching one episode or two here and there of Taskmasters. Like the British improv, sort of improv comedy show. Or skit, I guess. Skit base and improv.
流行歌
流行歌. Yeah, I mean, I hope you ask your dad, and you guys should don't I'm not responsible, okay, for your discomfort or your boredom or your sheer laughing of incomprehensibleness, okay? I'm just saying. You can't tell your father that it's my fault. This is your voluntary decision to ask him. You can watch Eraserhead when you come back from summer break. What is this? Oops, I missed the... What the... I keep typing the wrong thing.
料理
Yori. QI? You remember to watch at your own risk? Yeah. QI? What does that... Is it the name of the show? It's just QI? Q? Key?
俺ら
Interesting. I'm not sure if he mentioned that too. Okay, to calm down. I'm gonna need you to calm down. What is this? To fall? Where? What? Okay, hey. Drop yourself down and arrive back to me. To calm down. You're going nuts over there. Lower down, come back and arrive. You need to go these things. Okay, come back down to my level. That's fine. But the arriving thing. Interesting. Yeah, short for quite interesting. Oh, it's hosted by Stephen Fry. Oh, nice. Like Stephen Fry, so do they rotate host? I want to be real with you. I listened to the entire Harry Potter book series, narrated by Stephen Fry, on multiple commutes to and from areas. The entire Harry Potter book series, narrated by him. Okay, so what was fall? Oh, so ochi, and it's arrive. Ochiaku.
落ち着く
Ochisku. Oh man. Oh wait, no, yeah, it's sku. Just kidding. Not aku. Sku. Ochisku. Okay. And no Nendaku, I mean that's fine because it has those like kana pieces. Ochitsuku. Calm down. Oh, that's like Ochitsuke. Oh, that makes sense. Calm down. Ochitsuke. Makes sense. So that's what that looks like. They use the... Okay, this one's fine.
落ち着
落ち着く
Ochitsuku. To digest makes sense. Do digestion. What was that? Solka? No. Yes.
く消化する
Shokasuru.
消化す
消化する
Alright. Yeah, the premise is that it has a host and a panel of guests who are presented with interesting questions that have surprising answers. It's sort of educational but mixed with a lot of English comedy as they tend to. Yeah, that's a very classic format, yeah. You ever watch Game Changer? Did we already talk about this? You ever watch Game Changer? They don't have a rotating host, but they have rotating guests. Oh, have you ever watched Whose Line Is It Anyways? Or I'm talking now. I'm like bringing like American versions of that as well. Although Whose Line Is It Anyways was a smaller production, so they kind of kept the same consistent people. A Game Changer. Okay, occasionally they bring in different guests and rotate guests while having the same host to do like improv comedy and stuff. No, you haven't watched either of them? Interesting. I'm not sure how selective Game Changer is to American comedy. British, like that type of British brand comedy might not occur as much, but it's skit bound. It's improvisational skit bound. It's entirely improvisational. But Game Changer is probably a modern, very modern, consumable, like social media available, edited type of friendly comedy material, I would say. At least for personally, I really enjoy it quite a lot. I like just watching it come up on my feed every once in a while too. It's just like whoop, 2 minute skit. Yeah, that takes. They do prompts and stuff, so it's kind of like it's shown as an artificial game show, which is pretty much all of these. And they provide like different contexts. They challenge the comedians to make something funny out of prompts. Like the prompts could be contextual, intensity, impersonations, like improvisational. And Whose Line Is It Anyways? Very similar. It's one of the much older classics. That show is no longer around, but one of those. How dynamic and how much can you challenge comedians to make people laugh out of arguably challenging or varied prompts. So it can vary from things, but I'm not sure how often they tackle British approach things. It's quite steeped in pop culture. A lot of the stuff is dealing with the internet culture. So yeah, like very friendly. It's a very friendly thing for the internet culture. Not specifically about the internet culture, but most of the things that they do are very friendly or receptive to people online. It's not going to be something like, oh wow, that's really obscure, so I mean, I think it's funny. That rarely happens with Game Changer. Not their focus. All right, so this is Thought. I just got this in Chinese. A clock and heart. Oh no, I don't remember this Hanzuhiro. Oh no. What was it? I guess it'll come to me later. I'll see. I don't remember it being thought though. Oh, it's miss. Oh, that is really different. It's miss. Oh, yeah, miss. Nian. Ooh, that is different. If you live in the now, there's a good chance your heart controls your thought process. Tough. You don't have time to think with your brain. You need an answer, so you use your heart to make the decision and thought process. Okay. I can kind of see that. You use your gut. Use your gut, which is not your heart, but close enough. Think in the now. Follow your heart. Think in the now. I got you. You're living in the now, yeah, and letting your heart control all your thoughts. Why are you following your heart? You found you only have one. Oh, but it lines up with the onyomi. Nen. Nien. Nen to live, so you live for the now. Interesting. They went with thought. Heart's desire. Intriguing. Unfortunate? Prayer. This is yearning. Yearning topic. Heart's desire. So it still has the element of miss to yearn. Like yearn to think about something. To think about something in a fondness way. That's why this has heart's desire. But I don't know if I'm gonna get mixed up or not. Thought. That's not very descript enough. Guess we'll see. Okay, to disappear makes sense. Extinguish and disappear. That's it. Tsueru? Tsueru? Oh, wait. You've seen that... Oh, no, not Tsueru. Yeah. No, not ke. Keru? Oh no, what are the chances this isn't ke? So kesu is to extinguish, so this is another version of that. This time you're not doing the extinguishing, it's just happening yet. Even though it has an e. Something is going to disappear on its own. How can you differentiate this from... Well, eru allows you to notice how the object disappears into thin air. Eru. Okay. I got you. You know you didn't do it. Okay.
消える
Hekken kieru. Oh, wait. The readings. Hekken you. Kieru. You disappear, use a key to open invisible. Wait. Just think about how after the object in front of you disappears, you use a key to open invisible door. That's where everything disappearing to. You see all your disappearing. Oh, gosh.
消える
消える
Alright. A bad feeling. Kimochi warui makes sense. Bad feeling.
気持ち悪い
気持ち悪い
Okay. That's more my speed right now.
落ち着く
Ochitsuku.
消化する
Shokasuru. Wait. Oh, to digest. Whoops. How did this work? Heart. Yes. The now. Having a thought. It's gone. Oh. It's not gone. What did they use for nen? Oh. For year? Yeah, same thing.
消える
Iru. What? Wait, I'm having a... Oh. I'm having a block. Oh my gosh, I'm having so much of a block on my typing right now.
気持ち悪い
Holy heck. You gotta dislike it when your fingers are doing one thing and your brain is doing a different thing. Minasama. Minasama. Hmm.
皆様
Minasama. Interesting.
皆様
皆様皆様
Fair enough. To stream. Okay. You know this word is, you know this is a verb. The kanji itself means stream. It's to stream, though also to flow, a very similar word. You can differentiate this form from that, which I don't have either. Because with that, you flush them. Oh, I do have that. Yeah, that's right. Nagasu. Which caused it to overflow. So you sue the toilet maker with... I see. And then for this, it's rare, right? They use deru a lot. So... Nagareru? Rare jewel trying to flow down the river. You grab it and see it. See, it's a rare. Okay.
流れる
Nagareru.
流れる
Alright, that's fine. Okay,
流
that's
れ
fine.
る
We're fine. Fold. Nope. If your fingers are strong enough, you can take an axe and fold it in half, but be careful not to bend it too far, or you just might break it. Imagine holding an axe between your fingers and folding it like a pretzel, or some silly putty. Okay, bend or break it. Okay. Unfortunately, as you fold these axes in half, you realize they come in setsu. Setsu. So there are twice the axe you thought there would be. To compensate, you start folding them in sets too. How many axe can you... Oh, word. Alright. I'll try. I'll try to remember that. Fold. Setsu. Holding sets of axes. Fair enough. With your fingers. To move something. That's fine. Yeah, kasu. Transitive. Move. Yugogaku? Ugogaku? Ugokasu? You've seen Ugoku. Hopefully, and know it means to move. This is similar to that, but now you're moving something else. You know this because you move something. Thing you move starts to cuss. Okay.
動かす
Ugokasu.
動かす
Alright, that's fine. To put on. Ponerse, obviously. Poner. Let's see. Kikeru? Probably off the kiru. The previous were kiru and then tsuku. And now ikeru. At least is similar to kiru, right? In this case, this word is like attach. Oh, tsukeru. Which means to attach, or is the read the same? Don't keep saying it's like this and like that and
つける
skeru. Okay, it's like skeru.
つける
Interesting. Why? Japanese, why?
つける
つける
So it's read like skeru. Okay, to attach, which is to wear. That's fine. It forms the family of attaching something to something. Wearing a clothing is attaching clothing to your body. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay.
皆様
Okay. Okay.
流れる
流れる
つける
つける
動かす
動かす 勉強する I can we're just skipping 勉強する fine. To arrange, yeah, makes sense. Arrange and reason. So what is that? 整理する
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 wish or hope. Interesting. I think I'm gonna write expect is probably something useful. The name A New Hope as we know it. What, no Star Wars show? Come on, man. Or no Star Wars mnemonics? First you fail me on the Lord of the Rings thing, and then now you're failing me on the Star Wars thing? Comes from the ending where the Moon King's son sends a bowling ball into that little opening and knocks it out of the sky. That bowling ball is the Death Star. I'm just saying. In the end, the real hope was bowling all along. I hope you're learning a valuable lesson. Space movie. Okay. Alright. Missed opportunity. Disappointed indeed. Oh, it's the same. Shitsubo. Which is, what is it? Fuwu. Right, Fuwu. Or is it Fu Wang? Oh, Fu Wang. Fu Wang. Oh, it does have wish in it too. Yeah, I was gonna add wish. Let's add wish to this list. Alright. Bowling ball in this guy. Sure. Travel makes sense. Ryoko suru.
旅行する
旅行する
Okay. To wake someone up. Because now we have kosu. So, okosu. Ne?
起こす
Okosu.
起こす
Alright, fair enough.
整理する
Ladies.
勉強する
勉強する。
起こす
起こす。
旅行する
起こする。Traveler makes sense. Add a person or someone in it.
旅行者
Yokosha
旅行者
makes sense. Bad mouthing makes sense. Bad mouth. And this is probably going to be double kun. Probably waruguchi. Or something like that. It's gonna be weird. Oh, no way. But this is not dealing with a location. So it could be jukuko. This often targets someone's character, appearance, or ability with the intention of hurting them or damaging your reputation. Oh, okay. Like try.
悪口
No, it's waruguchi.
悪口
悪口
Makes sense. A bundle is a bundle. Where will we get bundle? Soku. Soku. You always bundle your socks. Soku. That does work really well. Bundle your socks. That's not Soku. Promise. Yeah, no. Got nothing on that one. Public? That's retroactive. Good. Good plus like is good. That reminds me of Sihuan. Favorable. Satisfactory. Okay. What do we have for this? The heck is this? As a kun. Oh, ko? So Konko?
良好
Yoko. Oh, right. That's Yo. Kon is root. Yeah, Yoko.
良好
良好
Alright. What is always bundled? Socks? Oh.
悪口
Waruguchi.
旅行者
Yokosha.
良好
Yoko. Automatic. Self-moving. Yeah. Automatic. What do we have?
自
Jido.
動
Jido.
自動
Jido. Indigestion. Not good. Digestion. Indigestion. Nice. I like it. I like it. Shoka. Shoka. Furio.
消化不良
Oh, Shoka Furio. Interesting.
消化不良
消化不良
Shoka Furio. Shoka Furio. That's fine. Art? Wait, what did Shu look like? This looks close to Shu. It's missing the what did they call these things? They weren't sandals. Loiter? It's missing loiter on both sides. Art. Shu. You put flowers on a cloud and call it art. Not everyone agrees that your flower cloud art is actually art, but you know it. Listen. Listen. If you can put flowers on a cloud, that's great. Yeah. Okay. Your beautiful art is going to display at a gay club. Imagine the pride you feel about having your art on display. Alright. Fair enough. I don't know the middle thing. Yeah, something. Hi. Do I actually have the middle thing? I don't think so. No. Yeah, no kai? I don't think so. Genin. Makes sense. Oh, geisha. That's where the gay comes from in geisha. Well. The heck? How is this well? Okay, think about this rackle like a map you're looking down on, okay? Go on. There are 4 streets going through this small town, and in the middle is the well. Is an important thing, the well. Okay, fair enough. I mean, there are a lot of things in the middle. A rice bowl, a drop in the middle. Okay. Fair enough. Well, I got you. Oh, I'm way over budget today. And to get moving. Let's see. Ki? Kiji? Kiji suru. Yeah.
期待する
Oh no, kitai suru. Wait. Why are you tai? Am I? Oh yeah, because it's wait. Kitai suru. To expect, to wait, to anticipate. Yeah, it's the same thing. Expectation. Kitai suru. All right, all right, all right. We're fine. Sort of. Hurio. You were at the park trying to have a nice day and someone tried to argue with you that French isn't the universal human language because he doesn't speak it. And I was like, go down that slide and see what happens. Oh, okay. That's an interesting argument. This is a stranger? Interesting. Universal human language, huh? Neat. So what brings you to a... He said we... Ah. Aha. Aha. I don't think I've ever said we going down the slide. But it is a really funny dad joke, though. We. I think is more universal, though. if we're really pulling hairs here. Flower on a cloud. It's art. I lost the read. Is it related? Listen. Listen. Let me put a question mark. Oh my god. Let me take a jab at it. Oh, I know. Oh, unless I type it incorrectly, and then that's what happened.
自動
Ido. Oh, just kidding. Oh, that's key. Whoops.
期待する
Kaisuru. Or actually, rotating sushi. I mean, oh, that's kind of funny that Zushi it's a Nendaku because and it's not written in kanji. That's interesting. Or uncommonly, really. So Kaiden. Kaiden Zushi.
回転寿司
Kaiten sushi. Zushi. Kaiten sushi. Sushi.
回転寿司
Kaiten sushi. The very uncommon
回転寿司
intriguing. Kaiten suru. That's what.
回転する
Kaiten suru.
回
Oh,
転する
saying up. Fair enough. Just to rotate. Okay. Does it have to spin? No. To revolve. Interesting, but no spin. Foundation. Alright, so we have a crab and some dirt. Alright, give me the dirt. Crabs in the dirt make a great foundation for a seaside hut. Alright, it's right on the seashore where all the crabs dig their holes in the dirt. As they get old and die, their bodies form a strong base. Perfect for the foundation of a building like this. Wow. Wow. We have key. Remember, a good foundation is a key to a good house. No, literally, you have to use the. He has to use a piece of the foundation to make the key to your house. All right. All right. Fair enough. Art. That's retroactive. A game. A tri-suit. What? I'm not digging the whole suit being ascribed to this, but fine. For now. So, Shiko. That sounds awful. Wait, there's gotta be something better than Shigo, right? An attempt to join. Oh, that's fair. Join. An attempt to join together isn't just any get together. Imagine two people boxing. They attempt to knock each other out when they join together. That's why this word is game or match. Did you watch the? Oh wait. Oh. It's not that. This is special. Don't tell me what happened.
試合
Yeah, see, it's kind of special because it's the other it's the other own. See, oh no, it's not the other own. It's a
試合
coon. Oh yeah, it's a hybrid. Yeah. I don't remember.
試合
Couldn't
Shiai.
remember what it was though. Other than it meant a match or a game. Hmm.
回転寿司
Kaiten sushi. Okay. Crab. Yes. Foundation. Ungokki.
回転する
Kaitensuru.
試合
Siai. To join together. Oh, okay. I'm definitely getting the why suit being dominant is weird then. So this is about coming together as well. Kun. So awaseru maybe. Awaseru. You know that alternative kanji meaning for join? The word form of join is to join together, and it can also mean to unify and to
合わせる
yeah, awaseru.
合わせ
合わせる
Alright, that's fine. Interesting. Yugoki.
動き
Ungoki, not yugoki. Ungoki.
動き
動き
Ungoki, that's fine. Gender. Soul and life. Do I know this one? Shin? Maybe? Each life has a soul, and that soul determines what gender you are. It's not so much about your body parts, it's more about what's inside that matter. Intriguing. It's not Shin. Se. And Sho. Oh, that's Se. And Sho. Once you decided what your gender is, the shogun comes to your house, lays his saber on your shoulders, and then it's official. Alright, fair enough. Yeah. This. Se. Jose. Oh. Done. Sexually transmitted disease. Oh my gosh, yeah, gender. Oh boy. Sebyo. Okay. Talent? That's retroactive. Does that say Bio? I doubt it. Maybe it does. Oh, Biore Resama? That sounds wonky as heck. Good work. Oh, Otsuke. Oh, this is Otsuke. Otsukare. Yeah, Otsukare sama. Oh, this is not sick, it's tired. Otsukare sama. Your formal thank you for your hard work, good work.
お疲れ様
Otsukare sama.
お疲れ様
お疲れ様
That's how yeah, makes sense. Otsukare sama. Okay.
動き
Ungoki. Motion is movement. Should I worry about that? No, I'm not.
合わせる
Waseru.
お疲れ様
Otsukare-sama. Oh, we gotta keep moving. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Adding a sa too. I don't think it's that. So, do we have... We do. Not coming to me right now, so we're just gonna go
深
with
さ
yeah, Fukasa. Oh yeah, that's right. Fukai. Kasa.
深さ
深さ
Okay. Waiting room. Yep. That makes sense. Aigo? Perhaps?
待合
Machiai. Oh no, I keep. Most of the time you don't even use that. Why don't you just introduce ai instead of? The reading of this is buffkun, but like the hiragana, they normally stick out. Sticks out is stuffed in. So what? We got machi somehow. Machiao, machiai is pronounced the same too. I know it's confusing, but once you get it down, you'll never forget. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is machiai. Just remove the kana. Yeah, remove the kana. That's fine.
待合
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 Okay. Status. That does not. Oh, wait. No. A pattern does not change that. Oh, you know what? But it kinda is. It kinda does use it as a status in Chinese. As a pivot definition. The other one would be pattern. But qualified. In qualified would be a status. If you kiss a tree, your status would change to in a relationship with a tree. You know Facebook relationship status. Kaku. Regardless of the status, you need to let the tree know how you feel. Being a male chicken, you know, cock-a-doodle-doo, your true feelings to what the heck. All right. Does this have anything to do with? It does not. Gender status, personality, person status, character. How did this work in pattern? I think I like pattern as well. Status works as well the other way around. So like it's a person's pattern. It's their character. Their gender pattern is personality. Like it's a pattern of behavior. And or status. Fair enough. A bar? There are two drunkards. Oh yeah, that's a drunkard, huh? There are two drunkards. I like it. Works. Sort of. Kotoba. Kotoba tsuki. Tsuki. Diction. I'm guessing this is still kotoba. Remember how that means language? No. I know it means word. Hurts, but I guess language. Well, the way you attach tsuki language to things is your diction. Everyone has their own kotoba tsuki when they speak. How would you describe your kotoba tsuki? Refers to the characteristic of how one speaks, including the words they choose, how they say them, and their overall speaking. Now, yeah, diction. Diction is a very underappreciated English word. I think oftentimes when people are referring to someone's pronunciation, sometimes they're often referring to their diction. Like a more than just a pronunciation. Like when someone says something like, oh, you know, I want to learn enough language of a target language so I can express the way I want to express. And often they talk about like sounding a certain way, and I'm like, you also mean like saying and choosing certain words as well, because they would be like, oh yeah, I need to learn more vocabulary to capture the way I'm expressing, the way I want to speak and sound. I'm like, you also are learning vocabulary because it's also the things you choose as well. You're looking, in fact, I would like to say most of them are really thinking about diction, diction, and less so about pronunciation. By the way they sound, because they're like, oh, I don't have like the exact words that mirror my words. That's diction, not pronunciation. So sometimes I would use this word as a way to describe not fluency. That I don't use diction when I'm talking about fluency. However, when people think of native speakers, I think more of diction, not pronunciation. I think pronunciation's too generic and too reductive. A native speaker is characterized by their quality of their diction, their consistency and colloquialism or use of their diction overall, which is how they say it, their overall speaking style that includes the words they choose. So if someone says, oh, if you're fluent, it includes like college vocabulary, that is not particularly an indicator of whether the person is a native speaker or not. If they are able to speak in appropriate diction in various situations of the corresponding culture, then they are a native speaker. Their diction is appropriate. You can be still fluent, quote unquote, have proper diction for the environments you have, but it can be foolish to view that the person is unable to express themselves and consider them not a native speaker if they're out of their element. Like you throw a high school student into a college seminar, it's not necessarily that they're not fluent, it's that their diction, their inexperience with their diction that's required for that environment. So oftentimes, I like the word diction quite a lot. To be a little bit broader than pronunciation. I think pronunciation is too reductive. Interesting enough, like that's kind of a weird situation. Being more general is less reductive than saying something specific. That's kind of interesting. I just realized what I just said, that was a little bit almost opposite of what I'm usually saying. Yeah, like the way people speak is not simply based on their pronunciation. In fact, I think that is one of the things that often make efficiency-based language learning very clear and consistent, and also myopic. So it's very clear and consistent that whenever someone evaluates their motivations in learning a language, is that, oh, you want to have the same diction as the bare minimum. And rarely, in my opinion, do that interest me. For example, when you're talking about video games, your diction is different than when you talk about conversational life. So I go where my interest lies. So my diction may actually sound and lead to pronouncing and practicing vocabulary in which it's not included here. So I would say that I have quite a lot of vocabulary outside of what they're including here, which is for their purpose, right? Or whatever their purpose is. Or another great or excellent situation is when someone says the fastest way to learning and becoming fluent in a language is to pick up words based on the frequency of use. So when someone says something like, "Oh, why are you learning these words?" It's not like they're frequent or anything. It's like, well, the perception of frequency can be microcosmic. So, for example, where you might think the word magic is not common, and you play video games, magic is very common. It's a high frequency word. Where you might think poison is very uncommon, it's very difficult to play a card game without knowing the word poison. Or lots of RPG games, but like keywords in card games are nearly universally ubiquitous. So if you're not like token would be a great word as well. I'm not entirely sure how you use it in casual conversation. I guess the closest would be like an admissions token or something. And those are referring to the same thing, I suppose. Teleportation, that's a great word. Teleportation, levitation, ephemeral. I don't even know how you would go about ephemeraling things, but fleeting, quite a lot. And in my opinion, it really does show how addiction plays a role in people's perceptions. In my opinion, here's a little bit of a hot take, I suppose. Oftentimes, when someone shares and applies a different diction, they are met with emotional detachment. So when you talk to someone and you don't level in a similar diction, it can come off as either above or below the target. And I think one of the excellent indicators of someone who has command of a language and as well as command of communication is the ability to flow in and out of different types of diction. Especially in English, because I can appreciate English diction if your vocabulary and your specialization and all your general holistic exposure of experience culminates in flexibility in that. So it's different from somebody saying, I always speak like this because I'm genuine, versus I speak many different ways because I genuinely care about the appropriateness. Right? Like they're both being genuine, but going up to someone and say, bruh, in every single possible situation, in my opinion, will get you mixed results compared to if you were to actually go out of the sphere of your command of your language, right? So it's an interesting thought. How do you measure fluency then, right? If your fluency is that you went to college, then diction would include college, high school, college and high school. If you went to graduate school, college, and high school. If you go to business, it would be business, whatever your education stages are. If you're in sales or merchandising or HR and stuff, those diction changes substantially. And I think oftentimes when it comes to native speak, I typically use diction as an indicator of how much they could understand the language. Sometimes you might be thinking, well then, how do you know if they're using a different diction? You can always keep track of how often it is not the diction you are in. So if that person's able to flex out and flex back in, like, oh, my apologies, my sincere apologies, I were using more of a formal, and I was trying to adhere to formality. I can start speaking in a lot more colloquially. It's like, yeah, sorry, my bad. I was just talking a little bit too complicated. Or you can continue to stay in the same diction and say like, oh, excuse my verbosity, but I like to believe or surmise that you might find my verbosity or a bit esoteric, however appreciative in the, you know, elevated use of complex vocabulary that may be appropriate to, I don't know, elevate the intellectual baseline of our conversation. Something like that would be like, oh, well, you could have just said, yeah, I'd rather just talk like two buds in a pub. Right. And I think that, in my opinion, is what elegance and charisma, when you meet someone like that, it feels like they just blend in, you know? They constantly blend in. Automatically adapt. Like you sound like one of the guys or one of the dudes in whichever conversation. And that also includes cultural personality differences, like any like cultural norms, like how do you speak to a girl, how do you speak to a guy, like how do you speak to your mother, to your best friends. If it flexes a lot, your spheres are bigger, at least in my opinion. That's what makes leaders leaders. Leaders are able to cater to a larger audience, and they're capable of flexing their diction. This is a really good word. It's a very important English word to me. I don't know how this translates to what I'm describing. Like, does a Japanese person who specializes in communication with other foreigners and stuff have a predilection for emphasizing the importance of diction, especially the importance of diction when compared to specifically like pronunciation?
Kotobatsuki.
Kotobatsuki. Nothing changed. Okay, kotobatsuki.
言葉付き
I'm a little biased. I'm less impressed by someone with incredible articulation versus someone who has a more holistic roundedness in their word choice. And like, you know, someone could sound like a robotic perfect enunciator, but at the same time that can be foregone for emotional awareness. I think diction requires emotional awareness. It's an area of communication that is what I spent the last 6 hours yesterday talking about. Word choices, how you manipulate your pronunciation, even match pronunciation and whatnot, is dealing with diction. Like, just because you know that the pronunciation of word is brother and someone says brother doesn't mean you can't say brother instead of brother. Or like when someone says little and you say little, you could choose to say little. You can adapt. That's kind of like one of the it's almost like a magic trick when people go in and out. I still today am absolutely amazed at when people transition in and out of English, the English accent and the American accent, and then immediately switch over to archetypical, like very noticeable English phrases versus American phrasing. I can hear the difference, but being able to do it is like on the fly it's like translating. Like you have to wait. It's like, wait, okay. All right. We substitute those words. Okay. All right. So that's kind of. But one thing I can do from time to time is, someone could ask me like, "Oh, what do you sound like? You always mention you don't ever sound like this, but what do you sound like when you're giving a seminar on virology?" Boy howdy, do I not sound like this when I'm giving a lecture on phrenology. I don't even sound like this when I'm talking to my friends. Like, what I mean is, I don't sound exactly like this when I have personal friends, like people I've shared a large part of my life with. So, and then there's like Procol and I talked about like curse words and whatnot. I still don't use curse words, but I get a little unhinged when it comes to eliciting different weirdness in English words. I'm not even sure sometimes the English words we use are the consequence of familect than anything. I tend to have a lot of familects between friends. Friends are family, by the way. So lots of the English words actually are unique to the friends. So definitions of words and diction completely changes noticeably between even my spheres of friends. The diction completely changes. Like I don't know if I am starting to speak to like people like Procol a bit different than others, but there's a lot of diction swapping. The first time I meet someone, my diction is very different from the 40th time I met that person and had another 3-hour digression. I don't expect that this is something that language learners really think about, but more so intuit over time. And I think that leads to the whole idea of they have to move to Japan, for example, for Japanese in order to acquire the diction of Japanese environment. And my counter argument to that is my environment is here online. So my diction would not represent or typically inappropriately represent an environment that I don't exist in. Now, is that an excuse not to do that or try to learn about that? No, it's not an excuse. But it is also a pragmatic way to view things. If you spend most of your time interacting with a certain group of people that are accessible to you and you choose to ignore it, that's the same thing as ignoring that there are native Japanese speakers and you may want to inform yourself about them, provided it is also pragmatically aligning with your interest. That leads to like yesterday's digression about always waiting for the ideal situation when the ideal situation is not your most common situation to use a target language. So you have people who wait years and months and as long as they have to do to put off interacting with their most common situations because they believe in the ideal situation. They would only use Japanese when speaking to a native Japanese speaker instead of making proactive decisions to speak Japanese to other language learners who happens to not sound native. In the excuse of not being in the future, not being intelligent enough or aware enough to know that you can differentiate the diction changes between talking with Japanese native speakers, which you will acquire with their interaction, and then language learners. I think that is a really big, important fact about what makes teachers excellent when they're good at teaching and instruction and coaching and advising versus someone who strictly has a lack of command of communication. Right? You can tell someone to just practice more forehead and it would come off as, do you even know what you're talking about? Or versus, oh, I got you, bro. I totally get it. Right. How is this podium? Wait, was this dealing with, oh no, I've forgotten already. What does that tree dealing with? Oh, it's pattern, but they use something else. Not pattern, they use status. And what? What was for status? I have no idea anymore. Oh, Kaku. Right, had the kissing tree thing. That's gonna be a rough one. What? Wait. Oh, are we doing Kun? Yeah. Oh, yeah, right.
待合。
Matiai.
Fukasa.
Gasa.
言葉つき。
Kotobatsu. All right. We got two more sets. Or 4 rolls around. Condition, tool, and suit. All the suit things. I think this needs to be redefined somehow. It doesn't work. In order to bend it, you have to find the right tool to suit your conditions or state. Gotta brainstorm about this. To suit your condition or state, if you have a health condition, the tool is a pill. Alright. Fair enough.
具合。
Okay. Always like I think the vast majority are using Kun on this.
具合。
具合。
It's kind of misleading. Oh, there's ability. That checks out. Can I get a Nen? Maybe? Oh wait, I think I saw it earlier, right? No? It was like no. You keep some private spoon on the moon and they give you special abilities. It's the ability to predict the future. Okay. Yeah, no. This ability predicts the future, makes you famous, and now everyone knows your name. Nostradamus. Of course it's Nostradamus. Alright. Malicious. Ooh. Idea. Earth. Bad. Bad Earth idea. Malicious. A person whose ideas are grounded in evil. Oh, I like that. Grounded in evil. Is a malicious mean jerk. Nice.
意地悪。
Ijiwaru. Yeah, ijiwaru. All of these are exceptions. Okay. Like I think over 70% of this level is exceptions.
意地悪。
意地悪。
Ijiwaru. Okay. Malicious mean jerks get sent to Jesus to sort them out. If anyone can sort out these malicious jerks, it's Jesus. Oh, that's because we have two reads on this. So these both of these are on, and then this is standalone. So we do waru, uji waru. Okay. Signal. Can I get a goal? Probably not. I would be floored. Oh no, wait. Oh, but this is kind of special. Zoo is kind of special. Aizu.
合図
Of course it's Aizu.
合図
合図
Why am I not surprised? Bone. Alright, Bone checks out. Retroactive. If you have a mustache and you hit your forehead. The heck is the mustache? You mean this thing? Mustache and you hit your forehead on the moon, you're probably going to break a bone. Okay, so it doesn't matter so much if you have a mustache, but if you're traveling fast enough, okay. Kotsu. Oh no. Now they're putting coat. Okay. So koto. Kotsu. Okay. Outer space is cold and you're traveling to the moon, you're going to need a lot of kotsu. All of these coats will keep you warm even if you end up breaking your forehead bone. Can I get a... Are you still kotsu? Of course you're not. Koka. All of these are... Alright, fine, kotsu. Alright.
意地悪
What is...
具合
Kawaii. Was it private spoons? Gives you the power, the ability to predict the future, and then it's gone. Oh, right. No, it's gone. Completely gone. That's the other one. Oh wait. Oh, that's a bit of a stretch.
合図
Aizu. I have no idea. Signal, sign, a meeting, a diagram, everyone joins together. Okay. Yeah, bunka matsuri, probably. No, I think this might be all
文
own.
化祭
Yeah, bunkasai.
文化
文化祭
For once. Gentle. Cleats and woman. A woman with cleats is walking on someone's back, but she doesn't want to hurt him. She has to be very gentle. Cleats are sharp and pointy and not designed for back walking. She's being okay. Da? Actually, the person she's been being gentle with is her dad. Okay, dad. No one would ever want to hurt. Okay, fine. Can I get an example? Oof. Oof. Dakyo. Cooperation. Gentle cooperation. Compromise. Okay. 운동会. 네?
運動会
운동회.
運動
運動会
Sports day. Okay, or sports meet. Okay. Stubborn. Origin and geoduck. Now, do I have stubborn? This does remind me of something. Not close enough. The origin of the geoduck is a pretty stubborn one. The geoduck race is so stubborn that it refused to evolve into an animal that made any sense. Hence, the origin of geoduck is one of the stubborn. I'm not even sure if this is referring to a what is it? Is a geoduck a real thing? Oh, that's a geoduck. I didn't realize those things are geoducks. Interesting. Gan? Oh man, you know who else was stubborn? Gandhi, yeah, that's fair actually. That is fair. Main building, makes sense. Main building. Main building is main building.
本
Hongkan.
館
Hongkan.
本館
本館
For you advanced learners, you might want to know that saying this word like Kyoko gets you the main building meaning, while saying it like Kenichi gets you this building meaning. Isn't pitch accent fun? Oh yeah.
本館
Interesting. So they did acknowledge some of it.
本館
So Hongkan makes main building,
本館
and Hongkan makes this building. Okay, fair enough. Requests, that makes sense. Yeah, and wish. The original Geoduck had a request. He wants to be more Geoduck. There be more Geoducks in the world. And it's Gan again. Wow, the only person that would ever hear the Geoduck's request. Andy. Andy closes his eyes, sits down. Alright. Can I get more heartfelt desire? Yeah, I'm gonna add wish to this. And hope. These two kind of line up very, very commonly. These two. So they're more like yearning and wishing and hoping as requests. To get to the vocabulary word. Double cons. Huh.
文化祭
Bunkasai. Oh. Is that just a cultural festival? Whoops. Be gentle. Okay.
運動会
운동회. Okay.
本館
Honka. Okay. Oh no, wait. This is I want a request right here. Ooh-wee, boy howdy. 11 minutes before those things roll over. Boy howdy. I think that's from the first lesson, the first set. Are we gonna be able to do this in 11 minutes? Probably not. I guess we'll do a little bit. Because it's 4 hours. We're crossing 4 hours. I wasn't diligent enough today. So pool, animal, public, well, art, talent, and bar. Okay. Alright. It's gone. We're gonna come back to that. Ray. So 2. We're gonna come back to that. Santa. Shoe. We're gonna come back to that. Sets. Con. We're gonna come back to that. This is actually none. Yeah. As in for the year, none. Oh, wait. I think I was... This is key. This is set. Sets. I didn't check this one. I don't know what the keyword is for that. Oh my gosh. A lot of these are rough. Okay. E. Shogun. Saber. Cock. Ability, future. Heck. So many blanks. Nostradamus. Um. Coming back to that one. Bad. Gandhi. And also Gandhi. Both of them are, both of these are original and Page put together. But one is stubborn and one is, yeah, that's a problem. They're both origin and, one's original. So the original... That's a great question. Is the original Geoduck have a request? Yeah. And the origin. So it's original versus origin. That's one for the books. Okay, so let's go back to this. Flower and window. I'm actually, I don't know. Strawberry. Oh, Godzilla. That's not great. This cooperation. We use Kyoto. This is the hard mouth thing. Hard mouth. Fine, revealing the face of a Ko. Oh, because old is always associated with young or kid. Treasure for wish, and you need a key for the treasure that you wish for. Wait, this is key, right? Okay. maybe I do need a hope, expect, wish. Oh. Oh, there is a Star Wars New Hope thing. Oh, it's up here. Oh, I'm not disappointed. The meaning had Star Wars A New Hope in it. Just kidding. I'll take it back, Ko. There was a Star Wars A New Hope reference. But the one ring to rule them all one? Oh, maybe it was in the meaning. The bowling ball. I'll have to do this all over. Fine. To the Death Star. And how did the bundle work? Oh, you bundle your socks. Right. That's fair. And then bone. Like you're breaking your bone, but regardless. A coat, so into outer space. That one is not the greatest. Alright. Guess we'll go over these and then I have to do the review because it's 8 p.m. Okay, so いちご例卒 I think that's all. 卒業間中高い間い年 Okay. Fine. Then that's it. Go Toku Ge I Yeah. I Shou Se Kaku No Kotsu. It's Kotsu. Okay. Kotsu ga gan and gan. Okay. Oh, alright. Let's do the next 30 reviews, which I'm pretty sure is the new stuff. Yes, it's the first sets of stuff. Okay. Okay.
Oak.
Oak. Cooperation. Lots of arms. Power. Right. Ayamaru.
謝る
Ayamaru.
着物。
着物.
缶ビール、
缶ビール。Oh no, it's
空き缶、
空き缶。
温まる、
温まる。I really dislike the phrasing. Or intransitive and transitive stuff.
$1億
1億。
宿題
はい。This is not. There's
宿
宿。
新宿
新宿。
車輪
車輪。What the heck?
場合、
I
毛皮
毛皮。
待たせる、
待たせる。
世話
では。Line of text. The heck is line of text? Line of Oh. Oh, I missed the
行
yo.
1億円
よく。うん。
明らか、
イラカ。
あさって
さて。
は、
わ。
感謝
感謝。Okay. All right. One more time. One more time. Onyx. So, pool, animal, public, well, part, talent, and bar. And then we have Ichi, Godzilla. Ray. So 2. Kyoto. Santa. Shu. Ko. Ki. An. Ki. Nen. Sets. Bowling. Sock. Okay. Key. Oh, did I not do this one? Stolen light. I mean, yeah. Spirit, stolen life. This says, oh no, this is fine. It was Shogun. Yeah, Shogun and Saber. Dang it. Can't get it from. I'm back. Nostradamus. Dad. Gandhi and Gandhi. This one is arrogant. This one's request. Coats. Oh, right. Cock. Of course. Alright, let's see. Ichigo, Rei, Sotsu, Yo, San, Shu, Ho, Ki, An, Ki, Nen, Setsu, O, Soku, Ge, Ki, Sho, and Se, Kaku, No, Kotsu, Da, Gan, and Gan. Alright, hopefully tomorrow it sits. It's been over 4 hours. That's kind of tough. Alright, that's a wrap for level up day. We are level 14 today. Wrap for WaniKani. I watch this there. Arigatou gozaimasu, right? A little digression there. Talked a little bit about diction. I really like diction, the word. Good films, you know, good film cinema. I'm talking about cinema. Japanese cinema as well. Yeah. Oh, feel free to follow along, you know, if you're using WaniKani, feel free to stop on by, share some of your experiences, maybe some cinema enthusiasm or alternative interest while you're learning these vocabulary words. Maybe a spiel about what particular words resonate with you, right? So until next time, for those who are only interested in Japanese, right? Minasan mata ne. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Hanzahiro. Thank you.